My name is Rebby Simon. I'm a former Team GB canoeist, and I'll be your commentator for the next 4 days for Europe's most talented young athletes competing here in Szeged. We have an exciting morning. We have an exciting morning of heats in the Junior Men's K1000, the C1000, the K1 Junior Women 1000, the Under 23 K1s and C1s, and moving on to the Junior Men's K2, C2, Under 23 Men's K2, C2, and then we'll switch over to the 500s later on today. Racing is going to start in about 4 minutes, so we'll see you on the start line. Okay, here you can see the start list for K1 Junior Men 1000 meter heat 1. We have the reigning world champion from a few weeks ago from Canada in lane 6, as well as the home athlete from Hungary in lane 5 right next to him. This first heat is going to be a full heat from lanes 1 to 9 full, so an exciting first event to start the championships. Soon we'll see the athletes and introduce them. Now you can see the iconic Szeged Matyér venue, which is home to a lot of very famous and exciting races in the past, including Olympic qualifiers, World Cups, World Championships. So these athletes, I'm sure, will be so excited to be racing here on this iconic venue. The weather is perfect for some racing with some flat water, sun, tiny bit of a breeze, but nothing that's too extreme, luckily, so ideal in every way for these athletes this morning. Lane 1 will have Greece, Lane 2 Slovenia, Lane 3 Belgium, Lane 4 Poland, Lane 5 Hungary, as I said, Lane 6 the reigning world champion Ireland, Lane 7 Denmark, Lane 8 Latvia, and Lane 9 Portugal. The athletes are approaching the start buckets now. On the 1000 meters, of course, the start isn't as crucial as the 200, but I'm sure they still want to get it right. especially on race 1. Here we go, all out, clean. And looks like they all got a pretty good start. No one got really stuck in the bucket. You can see lane 6 already out quick, which is to be expected, being the world champion from a few weeks ago. And you can see lane 4 from Poland also going along with him, as well as lane 7 and lane 5 from Hungary. Thousand meters quite a long way, so this first 250 meters to 500 is not as crucial as some of the other shorter events we'll see later today. But they still need to set into a nice rhythm and set themselves up nice. Already a quarter of a way through it, and Ireland and Hungary are leading. Looks like from here that it will be between lane 5 and 6, and of course the win is very important here, because first from this race will go straight to the A final, and second to 7th will go to the semi-final. So an A final is up for grabs here if you win this heat. So I'm sure these boys will be fighting it out right to the line. Lane 5 Borda from Hungary has taken over a little bit from Battley from Ireland, but we're still not halfway through the race, so a lot can happen and a lot can change in these 1,000 meters. Lane 4 from Denmark is in a comfortable 3rd position, so safely through to the semi-final at the moment, as well as lane 9 and lane 7 along with him. But the race for first is about to get exciting, as Battley has just taken over, but only by a few centimeters, so it will for sure come down to the last 200 meters of this race. Now the last 250 meters is approaching, and this is where these races are decided, these long 1,000-meter races. And as you can see, Battley has just picked up the pace a bit, and the Hungarian's trying to go with him. But at the moment it looks like the Irish paddler is pulling away. The last 100 meters is approaching now, and still it looks like Battley is comfortably first, although is being challenged by the Hungarian, so it will only be decided in the last meters who gets that A final spot. Looks like it will stay with the Irish paddler, but an amazing race also by the Hungarian. And lane 4 from Poland coming in 3rd, so safely through to the semi-final, as well as lane 3 and lane 7 from Belgium and Denmark. And we'll have to wait for the confirmed top 7 who are going to the semi-final. Well done to Sean Battley. A final in the bag. So heat 1 is done. We got 2 more heats from this event, and in every heat, of course, the winner will go to the A final, and 2nd to 7th will go to the semi-final. As you can see, he gave it his all, which he needed to, as he was really well challenged by the Hungarian and the rest of the field. But he'll be happy with that, I'm sure. Now we can see the results. As you can see, Sean Butterly 3:39 straight to the A final, and then we have Hungary, Poland, Denmark, Belgium, Portugal and Latvia going to the semi-finals. Slovenian athlete and the Greek athlete is out from the heat. The next heat is going to start in about a minute, so we'll see the athletes lining up already. This is again a full heat of 9 athletes. We have the bronze medalist from the World Championships from a few weeks ago in lane 7, so from paper he is the favourite of this heat, but also look out for the German. Again, a nice clean start from all the athletes. No false starts, not necessary in the 1,000 anyway, because it is a long way, as I said. But, of course, a good start is important in every race, which they did. Lane 7, as expected, is out in front already, being a fresh bronze medalist from the World Championships. I'm sure he's got a lot of motivation to either match that result or get an even better one in this weekend. You can see he's out by about a boat length now, and the rest of the field, there's about 5 athletes following really close behind him. Again, a lot can happen in the 1,000 meters. We're only just 250 meters in, so we'll see how the rest of the race plans out. But at the moment, he is in front, although being challenged by the AIN athletes in lane 1. He probably won't see him either because they're far away and they won't be looking to the side. But the most important thing is to just stick to their own race plan and get the race done their own and best way. You can really see the differences in tactics and techniques in these athletes. The lane 7 is paddling with a much higher stroke rate than the other athletes in this race, which may cost him at the end, but we'll see about that and how well he can last until the end of this 1,000-meter race. Lane 1 has taken over the lead now, but it's still very close, and we saw this in the last heat as well, so it's not over for anyone in this race yet. About 300 meters to go now, so the pace will be picking up for the finish for these athletes. Lane 1 is comfortably leading now by almost 2 boat lengths in front of the Turkish, German and Czech athletes. It's a tricky decision here for these athletes, especially now the Turkish athlete. If he decides he still wants to give it his all, although he is coming up, so it's not over till it's over. But he then also has to think about doing a semi-final, and if he'll have enough energy left for that. But he's really challenging lane 1, who's also just picked up the speed and the pace. So again, an exciting finish. The win goes to lane 1 from AIN, and second goes to the Turkish athlete. Czech athlete comes in third, German fifth, and then 2 more athletes going to the semi-final. So we have a winner going straight to the A final. Nekrasov going to the A final, and the other guys placed in second to 7th will go to the semi-final. The semi-final is not until tomorrow morning, so they have a lot of time to rest and recover and get ready for another race to have a chance to get into the A final themselves. It'll be interesting to see the time compared to the previous heat's winning time. Conditions are ideal for getting good fast times. Not a very strong tailwind yet. Hopefully we'll get some the rest of the weekend to get some good fast times for these young athletes, which of course Szeged is famous for. Now you can see heat 3 already lining up, getting ready to go in about a minute's time. Again, another full heat of 9 athletes, which is very exciting to see for the sport and for the future. Lane 1 we have Cyprus, lane 2 AIMB athlete, lane 3 Great Britain, lane 4 Spain, lane 5 Estonia, lane 6 Italy, lane 7 Israel, lane 8 Moldova, lane 9 Austria. Looks like lane 1 is not here, not going to race. So 8 athletes, and they're off. Lane 6 got a flying start, but are all the way clean. And let's get ready for another exciting 1,000-meter tactical race. At the moment, they're all just in one line, and slowly but surely, they'll start playing with their tactics, pacing it the way they've practiced and the way that is best for them. I'm sure we'll get another exciting finish because they will be fighting to go straight into the A final by winning this heat. Already 250 meters in, and at the moment the Spanish athlete is leading, but followed closely by the 4 other athletes right next to him. Looks like lane 2 has taken over the lead slightly at the moment, but a lot can change. We're still not even halfway through the race yet. Again, you can see different technique and different stroke styles. Slightly higher stroke rate by the Italian compared to the AINB athlete, but going just as fast and just as efficient. At the moment, it looks like the win and the A final spot is going to come down between these 2 athletes, but we're just over halfway through, so again, a lot can change and a lot can happen. Looks like the AIN athlete is pulling away slightly from the Italian at the moment, so it may be another lane 2 win in this race. You can see the split times going into the last 250 meters of the race. And it looks like they all want it. Lane 5 is also coming up from Estonia now, trying to challenge that win and that A final spot and take it away from. Looks like I spoke too soon and he's let it go. He's decided he's going to save his energy for the semi-finals and let the other 2 guys fight it out. This is going to come down to the last meters. Looks like lane 2 will get the win just in front of lane 6, the Italian. And then Spain, Estonia, Great Britain, straight to the semi-finals, safely through. Exciting races in all 3 of these heats from these junior men, and some good fights demonstrated, which is promising for the upcoming semi-finals and finals, and I'm sure they'll put on a good show for us. We'll wait for the confirmation and the times. In Heat 2, the winner was actually 4 seconds quicker than the winner in Heat 1. Of course, doesn't mean too much, but it's a good starting point for these guys to look at and get confidence from and get a bit of a feedback. Of course, it will be a very different story when they're racing against each other than going in different races, but a very important first step. Next race will be the C1 Men's Junior 1000 meter. Again, 3 heats in this event. So you see the result from Heat 3. Similar times. So Varazun straight to the A final, and the next 6 athletes to the semi-final. So this race is going to start in about a minute's time. You see the start list up on your screens. 7 athletes in this first heat. Lane 2, Cyprus. Lane 2, Latvia. Lane 3, Latvia. Lane 4, Spain. Lane 5, Hungary, home athlete. Lane 6, Bulgaria. Lane 7, AINA. And lane 8, Germany. Again, the winner from this heat will go straight to the A final, and the rest will go to the semi-final. So everyone goes straight through from here to the semi-final. All away cleanly, although potentially a false start that wasn't called, but the starter let it go, so we're off. And at the moment it's lane 5 from Hungary who is at the front of this race, followed by the rest of the field fairly closely. Again, it'll be 3 heats in this race as well, and the winner will go straight to the final, and the rest of the field from this race will go to the semi-final. So Hungarian is still in the lead, followed by the AIN athlete and the German athlete closely. For these canoe athletes, sometimes the wind can be very badly or well effective to them, depending on which side it's coming from and compared to which side they're paddling on. At the moment, luckily, we don't have any strong windy conditions, especially not from the side, so nothing to make the race any more difficult for these guys out there racing. So the Hungarian is still in the lead, coming up to the 500-meter mark, followed by the AIN athlete and the German athlete, just like at the 250 mark. Coming up to the last 250 meters, the Hungarian still in the lead, and I'm sure he'll be wanting that win to go straight into that A final and not need to do a semi-final. So last 250 meters now. You can see the split times up on the screen as well. The rest of the field doesn't need to worry about going into the semi-final, so they can have a relaxed, well-controlled race without the nerves affecting them too much. So the last 100 meters approaching now. And it looks like lane 7 is trying to challenge the Hungarian for the win. And it looks like lane 7 will go straight into the final. Like I said, anything can happen in this 1,000-meter race. It's long enough for places and positions to change constantly, and this is a perfect demonstration of that. So Minev from the AIN going straight into the A final. A very impressive last 200 meters from him, beating out the home favorite from lane 5. We'll wait for the confirmation and the times. Athletes are off to boat weighing now. The boats need to be weighed after each race. Random allocation from the heat usually. And top 4 from the semi-finals and the finals, whose boats get weighed after the races. Heat 2 is coming up shortly. There you can see them lining up already. We have 6 athletes in this race. Lane 2 Poland, lane 3 Portugal, lane 4 Romania, lane 5 Italy, lane 6 Slovakia, and lane 7 Estonia. Again, the winner will go straight into the final, so they'll be fighting it out to get the win, I'm sure. Another clean start, and they're off. No one really standing out yet, but it's only been about 100 meters, so that's to be expected. And as you could see from the previous race, positions can change up until the last 50 to 100 meters. At the moment, it looks like the Portuguese athlete in lane 3 is leading this race, coming up to the first 250 meters, followed by the Polish and the Romanian athlete. Again, everyone will go everyone will go to the semi-final from this race first, and the winner will go straight to the A final. So they need to fight for that first position, but the rest of the field is safely through and can again have a relaxed, controlled race without the nerves affecting them too much at this point. halfway through the race now, and we still have Portugal in the lead, followed by the Romanian and the Polish athlete. Not too much between these guys at the moment. About a metre of a lead for lane 3. Coming up to the last 250 metres now. And we still have the Portuguese athlete in the lead. But we'll see what the Romanian Stoyan can do in the last 200 metres to challenge the Portuguese. Almost at the red buoys of the last 100 metres of this race. So the pace will be picking up. Looks like lane 3 is still in the lead. He'll be getting the win in this race and going straight into the A final, grabbing his first A final spot of the weekend. But nicely executed race. Portugal wins. Romania second. Poland third. Italy fourth. Estonia is fifth and Slovakia is sixth. All to the semi-final, with the Portuguese athlete going straight into the A final. Well done to the athletes. You can see the result of Heat 2 now. It's Portugal going to the A final for 12, and the rest of the field going straight to the semi-final. You can see now Heat 3 lining up already. In this heat as well, we have 6 athletes. Lane 2 from Georgia, lane 3 AIN, lane 4 Ukraine, lane 5 Czech Republic, lane 6 Moldova, and lane 7 Azerbaijan. Buckets ready to go now. Cleanly away, though there was slight stroke from lane 4, but not enough for a false start, so they're off. Looks like Ivan Kisil from Ukraine is leading at the moment, followed closely by 4 athletes right next to him, all pretty much in a line, coming up to the first 250 meter mark now. He's got nice long strokes, efficient strokes, which I'm sure will benefit him at the end of this race when the lactic starts to hit. You can see a close-up of these athletes, different stroke styles. The Aryan athlete having a high stroke rate compared to the Ukrainian, but going at similar speeds, showing that there's not one good style that you can choose and you can have to paddle efficiently and fast. Kisil is still in the lead, although by not as far as at the first point. It's over halfway through the race now, and it can be anyone's game to get that A final spot still. Lane 3 has now taken over the lead slightly. And we can also see the wind picking up a tiny bit out on the course, turning into a slight tailwind, which will hopefully get these athletes some fast times out on the course today. Looks like it's going to be another exciting and tight finish from this race. Going into the last 250 meters, there's less than a second separating the top 3 athletes at the moment. Looks like Kavalevich and Martinenko have picked up the pace, and it looks like the win is going to be decided between the 2 of them. I think Kisil is out of this fight for the win right now, so he'll go again in the semi-final. But it's another exciting finish between these 2 athletes in lane 3 and lane 5. Coming right down to the line again. Looks like it's Kavalevich from the AIN taking the win in lane 3, followed by Martinenko from the Czech Republic going to the semi-final. So we have Kavalevich straight to the A final and the rest of the field going to the semi-finals. Another great demonstration of different tactics of 1,000-meter racing and the beauty of the 1,000-meter racing. So from here we have 1 A finalist and 5 semi-finalists. Next race is going to be the Junior Women K1000 meters Heat 1. Again, in this event we have 3 heats, meaning first from each heat we'll go straight into the A final, with the rest going into the semi-finals. We have 8 athletes in the first heat. Lane 1 Portugal, lane 2 Latvia, lane 3 Cyprus, lane 4 Romania, lane 5 Denmark, lane 6 Great Britain, lane 7 Spain, lane 8 AIN. And you can see the athletes approaching the start buckets now. On the screen you can see the results from the last heat of the C1 Junior Men 1000 meter heats. I think that was the fastest heat, although slightly from heat 1. Here we go for the Junior Women's 1000 meter heat. All away cleanly with a flying start from lane 1 from Portugal, and a clean start from the rest of the field as well. Looks like lane 8 is out in the front at the moment from the AIN, but again a long way to go still, so I'm sure a lot of different tactics will come into play in this race. Coming up to the first 250 meters, and lane 8 from the AIN is leading by a boat length now in front of Denmark and Spain. Kotka from the AIN is still in the lead, comfortably in the lead, in front of lane 5 from Denmark. We're still not halfway through this race yet, so as you could see in previous heats, a lot can happen and a lot can change. The first half is about to approach. Here we go, going straight through the first 500 meters of this race. You can see the split times on your screens as well. These 2 athletes are far out from the rest of the field, and I'm sure they'll both want the win in this event to go and grab that A final spot for themselves. Same as before, 2nd to 7th will go into the semi-finals. And we're coming up to the last 250 meters of this race now, with Kotka still in the lead, extending her lead as well in front of the Danish athlete. The last 200 meters now, this is where the pace picks up can see Kotka extending her lead as well. Coming up to the red boys of the last 100 meters now, and it looks like the AIMB athlete is comfortably still in the lead. And it looks like she will get the win, and she will get that A final spot from this morning. So Kotka wins this race. Denmark second from lane 5. Romania third. And we'll have to wait for the confirmation of the results to see the rest of the field. Well done to the girls, and well done to Julia Kotka for making it straight into the A final. We've got 2 more heats of this race. Heat 2 is coming up in a few minutes. You can see the grandstand being filled and people coming out to cheer. Their friends, family, or just fans of the sport, which is going to give an amazing atmosphere for these athletes. So if you can and you're around, definitely come and check out the event and come and watch these young athletes and future champions race here in Szeged. The atmosphere is always really good here, the weather is amazing. There we go, you can see the start list for Heat 2 now of the junior women's 1,000 meters. Lane 1 we'll have the AINA athlete, lane 2 Israel, lane 3 Norway, lane 4 Poland, lane 5 Czech Republic, lane 6 Slovakia, lane 7 Sweden, and lane 8 Greece. Again, the winner will go into the A final, and the rest of the field, except one, will go into the semi-finals. All away nice and clean from the start. Flying start from lane 7 from Sweden, as well as lane 5 from the Czech athlete. Looks like lane 5, Janotova, the Czech athlete, is out in the front and has the lead at the moment, closely followed by the Polish athlete Boruka right next to her. Coming up to the first checkpoint of the first 250 meters now, and we have Czech in first position, followed by the Polish athlete and the AIN athlete in third. You can see The girls settling into a nice rhythm now after a quick start and into their 1,000-meter pacing stroke rates. It's a long way to go, so you have to be smart with your tactics and with how you approach the race and this distance. Jana Tova is the reigning world champion from this year's World Championships a few weeks ago in Canada, so it's no surprise that she's in the lead and dominating this heat so far. Halfway through the race now, and she's extended her lead by over 2 seconds in front of the AIN and the Polish athlete. Jana Tova is still in the lead, comfortably in the lead, approaching the last 250 meters of this race. I'm sure she'll have a slight look around to see where she is in comparison to the other girls. And I'm sure she'll be happy to see where she is. Last 250 meters coming up now. Her lead in front of the AIN and the Polish and the Slovakian athlete is almost 3 seconds now. Going into the last 200 meters of this race. Coming up to the last set of red buoys on the course, meaning the last 100 meters of this race. To see the Czech athlete Jana Tova in the lead still, probably going to get the win and that A final spot for herself, with the rest of the girls behind her fighting for that semi-final spot. So there's your winner. Czech with AIN, Polish and Slovakian into the semi-final, as well as the Norwegian and the Swedish athletes going into the semi-finals. Well done to the girls. That was a beautifully paddled race from Jana Tova. And I'm sure she's excited for the final already now. She's grabbed that spot to try and get a similar result to what she did in Canada back at the World Championships a few weeks ago. We have one more heat from this race. Heat 3 of the junior women's K1000 meter. You can see the athletes lining up now front of the buckets, we have 7 athletes in this race. Lane 2, Finland. Lane 3, Germany. Lane 4, Italy. Lane 5, Hungary. Lane 6, Serbia. Lane 7, Ireland. And lane 8, Croatia. We have the silver medalist in lane 4, Italy, Isabella, from the World Championships this year. So she is for sure a favourite to win this race, as well as, of course, the home favourite, the Hungarian, in lane 5.
Ready, set.
All the way cleanly. Again, a nice start from these girls. Lane 4, Italy, Isabella out the quickest, followed by pretty much in a line by the rest of the field. We have some very young athletes in this race, lane 6, 7 and 8 being 15 and 16 years old only. So that's very exciting for them, and a very exciting future, and so many more opportunities coming up in their career, I'm sure. So we have lane 4 and 5 at the moment in the lead, the reigning silver medalist from the World Championships, as well as the Hungarian at the moment fighting for that lead. But we're only 250 meters into the race, so a lot can happen and a lot can change still. We have the Hungarian leading now by about half boat length in front of the Italian. As well as the German athlete being closely behind them as well. Halfway through the race now, and we have Hungarian Cialo in the lead, followed by Isabella from Italy in second position right now. The winner will go into the final, and the rest of the field will go to the semi-finals. Same as the boys earlier, their semi-finals not until tomorrow morning, so they have enough time to recover from this heat if they need to do another race. Coming up to the last 250 meters of this race, and it looks like the fight is going to be between the Hungarian and the Italian for the win of this heat. Isabella has now picked up her stroke rate coming into the last 200 meters of this race, and has slightly taken the lead from the Hungarian going into the finish of this race. She's now got half a boat length lead on the Hungarian. She really wants this A final spot. Almost a boat length of a lead now for Isabella in front of Cialo from Hungary and Hirsch from Germany. Less than 100 meters to go for these girls now. And it looks like the German is challenging for the win, but Italy, Isabella is going to get that A final spot. Germany second, Hungary in third. So well done to Isabella for getting into the A final, and the rest of the girls will have the semi-final tomorrow morning. Next race of the under 23 men's K1000 meter heat 1 is coming up in 2 minutes. You can see the flags, the wind has picked up slightly, but nothing too dramatic for these athletes. It's a nice tailwind for them. Tail breeze, I should say. You can see the athletes lining up now. In lane 1 we'll have the Swiss athlete, lane 2 Lithuania, lane 3 Slovenia, lane 4 Hungary, lane 5 Germany, lane 6 Portugal, lane 7 Israel, and lane 8 Estonia. Interestingly, we have 2 nations with medals from the World Championships, Hungary and Germany, but 2 different athletes compared to who got those medals. So no favourites in this race at the moment. A clean start again, all the way quick. I think lane 5 or lane 4 got the quickest start. The Hungarian athlete Mircea, as well as Duarte from Portugal, coming out the quickest from the buckets. Lane 4, the Hungarian athlete, is in the lead at the moment, just ahead of lane 6, Portugal, coming up to the first 250 meters of this race. Settling into a nice rhythm now from all these boys, a nice long stroke, but effective strokes for this 1,000-meter race. They have 3 heats as well as the junior men, same first to the A final, second to 7th into the semi-finals, and the rest will be out. So an A final is up for grabs here as well. So the win in this heat has a lot of meaning, and obviously everyone wants it. So far it looks like lane 4, Mircea from Hungary, has a very comfortable lead ahead of the rest of the field. Over 3 seconds ahead of the German, Slovenian, the Portuguese athlete. I think he's also extended his lead now to over 2 boat lengths in front of the rest. There's 8 athletes in this race, so one will be out of the semi-finals, one will be in the A final, and the rest will go into the semi-finals. Coming up to the last 250 meters now, and Mircea has managed to extend his lead even more ahead of the rest of the field. Less than 200 meters to go now, and the Hungarian's lead is still over 2 boat lengths ahead of the German Graf right next to him. Into the last 100 meters of this race now, the German is really trying to challenge the Hungarian. The Hungarian has responded to that and has again extended his lead in front of him and takes the win now and gets that A final spot. Congratulations to all these boys racing, and congratulations to Mircea for getting that win and getting that A final in the bag. We'll have to wait for confirmation of the results to see who got into the semi-finals, but the winner was clear, Hungarian in the A final. There you can see the official results. So you have German, Slovenia, Israel, Portugal, Estonia and Lithuania in the semi-finals, with the Swiss athlete out from the heats, and of course the Hungarian straight into the A final. There you can see the start line for Heat 2 of the Under-23 men's K1000 meters. We have 8 athletes in this race as well. Netherlands in lane 1, Ireland lane 2, Czech lane 3, Serbia lane 4, Spain lane 5, Denmark lane 6, Cyprus lane 7 and Sweden lane 8. Lane 6, Jorgensen was 5th at the World Championships earlier this year, so he could be a favourite from this heat. But as we could see in previous races, it can be anyone's race up until the last meters. All the way nice and clean. A clean start again from these boys. No particularly jumping start from any of them, but lane 4 from Serbia, Popovic, is out in front slightly ahead of the rest of the field as well as the Swedish athlete in the lead at the moment, ahead of the rest of the guys. Coming up to the first 250 meters, Söderman from Sweden is in the lead by about half a boat length ahead of the next 4 guys, all pretty much in a line following him. Caballero from Spain is now challenging for the lead in this race ahead of the Danish and the Swedish athlete. Coming up to the halfway point now. Spain in the lead, closely followed by Denmark and Sweden. This is promising to be a very exciting second half of this 1,000-meter racing. And once again, another exciting finish for us to witness. Of course, again, the A final is up for grabs for the winner here, so there's a lot at stake for these boys, and I'm sure they all want that. Jorgensen from Denmark has taken over the lead now, going into the last 250 meters of this race from the Spanish athlete and the Swedish athlete. Serbia is now in 3rd position, and we're on to the last 200 meters of this race now, and this is where it all gets decided. Denmark is still in the lead and extending his lead going into the last 100 meters of this race. He clearly really wants that A final spot, and it looks like he's going to get it as well. So Denmark, Jorgensen wins and gets the A final. Serbia 2nd, Spain 3rd, Sweden I think was 4th, safely into the semi-final. But right on to Jorgensen, living up to the surname of the legend Emma Jorgensen as well, taking the win in this race just like she did in so many races. So we wait for confirmation of result of exactly who made it into the semi-final. There's no doubt about the winner and the A finalist from that race. We have one more heat from this event of the under-23 men's K1000 meters coming up in just a few minutes. You can see the results of Heat 2. So Jorgensen, clear winner, and into the A final, and Serbia, Spain, Czech, Sweden, Cyprus, and Ireland into the semi-finals with the Dutch athletes out of the heats. So far, Jorgensen has the quickest time. At the moment, of course, it doesn't mean anything, but it's a good point to look at for the athletes and a good learning point going into the A final. We can see Heat 3 lining up now. Lane 1 we have France, Lane 2 AINA, Lane 3 Italy, Lane 4 Poland, Lane 5 AIMB, Lane 6 Great Britain, Lane 7 Latvia, and Lane 8 Ukraine. Again, of course, the winner will go into the A final with 2nd to 7th into the semi-finals, meaning one of these athletes will be out from the heats. Just waiting for the buckets to come up for the athletes to go into. Right, here we go, all in the buckets now, ready to start. Again, another clean start from these guys, all the way for Heat 3 of these 1,000-meter races, and the last heat of this under 23 men's K1 heats as well. Looks like at the moment it's the ANA athlete in lane 2 out in the lead, but only slightly ahead of the rest of the field. Lane 5 also in the lead from AINB, along with lane 2 Adev from AINA, just over the first 250 meters. So still a long way to go for these athletes, and a lot of tactical changes possible for them still. Coming up to the halfway point now, and it looks like lane 5, Yermolenko from the AIMB is in the lead, about half a boat length ahead of, or maybe a boat length now, ahead of the rest of the field. The 4 athletes behind him closely follow pretty much in a line, and it will be interesting to see how their tactics play out now, if they were saving them some energy for the second half of this race, or if they're saving up for the last 200 meters like we've seen in some of the previous races already. Yermolenko is extending his lead, as we can see now, and is clearly in a winning position at the moment, but we still have 250 meters to go. France and Italy in second and third position behind, closely followed by the AINA and the Polish athlete. I don't imagine anyone will be able to catch Yarmolenko in this race now. He's got such a big lead ahead of the rest of the field. Going into the last 100 meters now, I think he'll take the win and get that A final spot. $30 meters to go now, and we have a clear winner going straight into the A final, and we'll have the French and the Italian in the semi-final, as well as the British, Polish and AINA athletes. Congratulations to Yarmolenko winning that heat and getting that A final spot. Ticking that one off. It'll be a big relief for the winners of each heat, already knowing that they have that A final ready. But again, for the other athletes, it's another opportunity to practice and perfect their races in the semi-finals. So nothing is lost for anyone yet, and nothing has been decided yet by who's made it through where. Next race is coming up in just a few minutes, is the C1. Moving back into canoes now, under 23 C1000 meter heat. We have 2 heats from this race, and heat 1 is full heat of 9 athletes. Lane 1 France, lane 2 Portugal, lane 3 Denmark, lane 4 Slovakia, lane 5 Czech Republic, lane 6 Italy, lane 7 Turkey, lane 8 Bulgaria, and lane 9 AINA. We have the 500 meter world champion in lane 5, Rudolf, who's also raced in seniors as well and has made a World Cup final already here in Szeged earlier this year. So probably a favourite in this race, but from here, top 3 will go through to the A final. Very nice and clean for these canoe athletes. The world champion Adam Rudolf out first from the buckets, which is to be expected after a successful season so far. So as I was saying, top 3 will go into the A final, not just the winner here, and 4th to 7th plus the best 8th time go into the semi-final. So top 3 is what these guys will be fighting out for to get those A final spots. The Czech athlete Rudolf is in the lead by about half a boat length ahead of the AINA, Turkish and Bulgarian athlete. At the moment, it looks like it's lane 5 and lane 9 pretty much in a line in the lead. but we still have over halfway to go, over 500 meters left of this race. Coming up to the halfway point now. And I think Rudolf, yes, Rudolf is in the lead from Czechia, followed by the AANA athlete in second position. So currently Czechia, AANA and Bulgaria are in a final qualifying spot. But again, a lot can change and a lot can happen. We still have just under 500 meters to go. In the 1,000 meters, the second half is where the racing really starts. And the last 200 meters is where it's all decided. Looks like lane 9 has slightly taken over the lead ahead of the Czech athlete in lane 5. Remember here, we're not going for the win, it's top 3 that goes into the A final. So currently Rudolf and Afonin are in safe positions for those A final spots. And it looks like it will be a fight for that third position on who will get the last A final spot here in this race. Coming up into the last 100 meters now, and Adam Rudolf from Czechia is in the lead still, followed closely by Afonin from AIN in lane 9. And although it looks like Italy and Turkey are coming up for the second and third position, Adam Rudolf is the winner. I think lane 7 from Turkey took second, and the Italian Vigilanti took the third position, although we'll have to wait for confirmation on that because that was way too close for me to call, especially for that third position. But congrats to all these boys. That was an exciting race to watch, and I'm sure promises a good final later on. You can see the winner here going over to boat weighing. Okay, we have heat 2 lining up in front of the buckets now. This will be another full heat of 9 athletes. Lane 1 Lithuania, lane 2 AIMB, lane 3 Ukraine, lane 4 Hungary, lane 5 Poland, lane 6 Moldova, lane 7 Spain, lane 8 Romania, lane 9 Germany. We have the bronze medalist from Hungary, Uhrin in lane 4. Sorry, the bronze medalist from the World Championships earlier this year. So he'll be a favourite for sure to make that top 3 in this heat. But otherwise, just like you saw in the previous race, it's anyone's race until the very last meters of the event. We don't have the reigning world champion from Poland in this race. It's his teammate, Michalek Racing. So into the buckets now for the second and last heat of the under 23 men's C1000 meters. All the way nice and clean. Looks like lane 7 and lane 4, the Hungarian and the Spanish got the best start out of all of the athletes. And third position is in line between lane 5, 6 and 9 at the moment. Of course, it's a really long way to go from here still, but a good starting point for these athletes. We have the 3rd and the 6th from the World Championships earlier this year in this heat, so some favourites potentially to make that top 3. Lane 4 is in the lead now, Uhlin from Hungary. He's got about half a boat length of a lead ahead of the athletes right next to him from Poland and Moldova.
Race number 15. K1 under 23, women 1,000 meters.
Approaching the halfway point shortly. At the 500 meters point, Uhlin from Hungary has about a boat length of a lead ahead of the Polish and the Moldovan athlete. Bronze medalist from Halifax leading the way right now and on his way to hopefully make that top 3 in and make the A final from this heat, as well as Polish and the Moldovan athlete. Though we now have lane 2 also coming up to challenge for that top 3 from the AIN B. The Hungarian still leading with 3 athletes behind him, pretty much in a line, deciding and fighting it out for the top 3 and the A final spot. Coming up to the last 250 meters now, and we have Hungary, AIMB and Poland currently in top 3 positions. This is where they really have to dig deep and really make the race matter here. It's the last 200 meters that matters the most. This is where it hurts the most, and this is where you have to really dig deep. Usually it's more of a mental battle here rather than a physical game of who's the best. It looks like Hungary still in the lead with lane 2, the AIMB athlete closely behind him in 2nd and the Moldovan in 3rd. In the last 100 meters now, and it looks like that would be your top 3 and your A finalists. So Uhlin from Hungary in 1st, AIN Murawski beat AIN beating Murawski in second, and Chihaya from Moldova in third. They're your A finalists from this heat. And we'll have to wait for confirmation of who made it into the semi-finals from this heat. Congratulations to these boys, and congratulations to the top three and the A finalists from this heat. Next race will be the women's K1 under 23,000 meter heat 1. We have 8 athletes in this race. Again, 2 heats, just like the men's canoe under 23 event. So top 3 will go into the final. We'll have lane 1 from Sweden, lane 2 Poland, lane 3 AINA, lane 4 Spain, lane 5 Hungary, lane 6 Denmark, lane 7 Great Britain, and lane 8 Slovakia. Again, it's a different athlete from Hungary to who won the World Championships a few weeks ago. But home favourite and one of the favourites to make that top 3 in this heat and into that A final. You can see the girls lining up, getting ready to go into the buckets now. You can see the red flags next to the lane boys, slightly being blown by the wind from time to time. So not a clear, strong tailwind, but maybe a slight breeze that can help them and make the race slightly shorter and quicker for these girls.
Ready, set.
Nice clean start from the girls as well. Pretty much all in a line in the first 100 meters of this race, with the Hungarian and the British athletes' noses slightly sticking out from the rest of the field. Currently, the Hungarian Bauer is in the lead by about half a boat length ahead of Wong from Great Britain and Kravchenko from the AINA. We're just approaching the first 250 meters of this race, with the Hungarian in the lead, followed closely by the AINA athlete. They're getting to their nice 1,000-meter paces and their rhythm, lengthening their strokes out a bit now in the middle of this race, getting ready for the second half of the 1,000 meters coming up shortly. Coming up to the 500-meter mark now, we'll see some split times as well from the girls. We have Hungary and AINA again as top 2, followed by Poland, Spain, and Denmark. Of course, everyone wants the top 3 and that ticket to go straight into the A final. So that's what they'll be fighting for in the second half of the race as well. The Hungarian in lane 5 has extended her lead by about 3/4 of a boat length now, coming up to the last 250 meters of this race shortly. Looks like the Polish athlete has picked up the pace as well, overtaking lane 3. And in second position right now. So we have Hungary, Poland and AINA at the moment in top 3 positions. But this is where the race really starts. And this is where a lot can still change in this 1,000-meter event. The Hungarian Bauer has extended her lead now. And she's just pulling away from the rest of the field. The Polish athlete is comfortably in second now. Looks like Slovakian Svekova is also starting her finish now, trying to get that top 3. But with 100 meters to go, she might have left it a little bit too late. Looks like Bauer will get the win here, followed by Marczewska from Poland and Kravchenko from the AINA. Those are your top 3 and your A finalists, with Slovakia and Spain coming in 4th and 5th and into the semi-final. So Hungary, Poland and AINA in the final already, and we'll have to wait for the confirmation of who else will be in that semi-final. We've got 2 minutes until the start of the next race, which will be Heat 2 of the women's K1 under 23,000 meters. Now you can see on the screen the confirmation of the C1 men's Heat 2, Hungary, AAMB and Moldova into the A final. There you see the confirmation of the women's K1 Heat 1, Hungary, Poland, AINA into the A final, and Slovakia, Spain, Denmark, Great Britain in the semi-final. Sweden will have to wait for the second heat for confirmation of her spot in that semi-final. We have Heat 2 lining up now. Lane 1 Slovenia, Lane 2 AAMB, Lane 3 Italy, Lane 4 Czechia, Lane 5 Estonia, Lane 6 Ukraine, Lane 7 Ireland and Lane 8 Serbia. Again, top 3 will go straight into that A final, which I'm sure all of these girls want to skip the semi-final and get that spot and that relief feeling to have an A final already in the bag.
Ready, set.
Another another clean start and a flying start from lane 4 from the Czech Republic. With a strong start as well from lane 8, the Serbian athlete. The Italian and the Czech are now pretty much in line in the lead with half boat length ahead of the AINB athlete. Italy is now taking over the lead, just approaching the first 250 meters of this race. So a long way to go still, but a nice starting point and a nice place to settle into then 1,000-meter pace and their rhythm. Italy, Czech, AIMB is your top 3 going into the first 250 meters of this race. With the Italian La Calamita now with a boat length of a lead ahead of the 2 girls beside her. Currently, the Italian has a comfortable lead with 3 girls behind her, fighting it out for the 2nd and 3rd position behind her to qualify into that A final later. Italy, Estonian, AIMB are your top 3 going through the halfway mark and into the second 500 of this race. The Estonian Fedorova is now challenging the Italian La Calamita potentially for that top 1st position. In terms of qualifying, that makes no difference, but everyone wants the win and everyone wants to win, so they'll be fighting for that as well. You can see the view of the course now, the way the athletes see it. That was about 400 meters of the course that you could see. 250 meters left of the race, and Italy is still comfortably in the lead with Estonia 2nd and AIMB athlete closely followed by the Serbian in 3rd and 4th. Last 200 meters of the race now. This is where it's going to start to hurt. But this is where they really need to dig deep to try and keep their technique strong, pick up the pace if that's where their plan is, and just to keep the control all the way to the end of the race. Last 100 meters now. It looks like Italy is still holding on to that lead with Estonia in 2nd, and the fight for 3rd is on, and that top 3. Italy will take the win. Estonia will grab 2nd and the other A final spot, with the AIMB athlete taking the 3rd and the final A final spot for this event. Serbia in 4th and Czechia in 5th. They'll go into the semi-finals where they have another chance to make the top 3 and into that A final. Congratulations to these girls. That was a very well timed and very well paced race from all of them. Different tactics from each of these top 3 athletes that you could see. But obviously, clearly all of them work well. This is the beauty of the 1,000. You can race it such different ways, in so many different ways, with success being the end result. You can already see the next race lining up, which should be the junior men's K2 1,000 meter heat 1. We have 2 heats of this event. The first one starting in 2 minutes. We have a full heat for this race with Denmark in lane 1, Greece lane 2, Italy lane 3, Czech Republic lane 4, Hungary lane 5, Great Britain lane 6, Sweden lane 7, AINA lane 8, and Croatia in lane 9. You can see the confirmation of Heat 2 of the women's race, Italy, Estonia and AAMB in the final A, and Serbia, Czech, Ukraine and Ireland into the semi-finals with Slovenia out of the heats. Into the buckets now for these junior men's K2s. Away nice and clean for the first K2 and crew boat event of this championships. You can see that lane 3, 4, 5 and 6 are pretty much all together at the moment, coming up to the first 250 meters of this race. Same here, it will be the top 3 going directly into the A final, with the rest of the guys fighting for the semi-final spots. Czech, Hungary and Great Britain are your top 3 going into after the first 250 meters of this race. This is where the tactics will change from boat to boat now. You can see some of the athletes pulling away, holding back a bit. The Czech boat is pulled away by about half a boat length ahead of the Hungarians and the British. Looks like at the halfway point it's Czech, Hungary and Great Britain again in the top 3, closely followed by Italy and the AINA athletes.
5 minutes to the start.
All these crews would have had
18.
this season
K2 junior men,
to train
1000
together
meters,
and get used to
number
each
2.
other and
Lane
perfect
1,
their
Germany.
timing and the feel
Lane 2,
in the boat,
Moldova.
in this crew boat, which is
Lane
really
3,
crucial in a
Slovakia.
K2.
Lane 4, Turkey.
You almost have to be like
Lane
one
5,
person
Poland.
and work
Lane
as
6,
one
Spain.
team,
Lane
not
7,
as
Serbia.
2 athletes.
Lane 8,
Looks like they're all doing a great
AINB.
job at
Lane
that
9,
so
Ukraine.
far.
5 minutes to the
Coming
start.
up to the last 250 meters of this race. Italy have now taken over Great Britain in that top 3, with Czech and the Hungarian boat remaining in those positions. Last 200 meters coming up now. This will be interesting to see if there's any tactical changes, differences between the boats. You can see the British boat really picking up the speed now,
K2 junior men,
and maybe
heat number 2.
overtaking the Czech
4
boat,
minutes to the
who
start.
have been in
4
the lead this
minutes.
whole time. The race is on for 3rd. It looks like Italy is in the lead now, Hungary in 2nd, and the British boat is in 3rd position for now. 30 meters to go now. And those are your top three: Italy, Hungary, and Great Britain into the A final, with Czechia in fourth and just missing the A final and going to the semi final. That was a really well demonstrated race of how
Now we have 3
the
minutes to the
tactics
start
play into
of
the end
race
result
number
and this
18,
1,000
K2 Junior
meter
Men 1000 meters
racing.
heat 2. Lane
Well
1
done to all
Germany,
these
lane
boys.
2 Moldova, lane
We
3
have to wait for the
Slovakia,
confirmation,
lane
but
4 Turkey,
I
lane
think top
5
three was
Poland,
pretty clear in that.
lane 6 Spain, lane 7 Serbia, lane 8 A and B, and lane 9 Ukraine. All boats come to the starting area.
Heat 2 of this race will be coming up in just a few minutes. Again, another full race of 9 boats. There you go, you can see the confirmation of the results: Italy, Hungary, Great Britain straight into the A final, with Czech, AINA, Croatian, Swedish into the semi-final, with Greece waiting for the second heat and Denmark out from the heat. So in Heat 2 we'll have 9 boats lining up. We'll have Germany in lane 1, Moldova lane 2, Slovakia lane 3, Turkey lane 4, Poland lane 5, Spain lane 6, Serbia lane 7, AAMB in lane 8, and Ukraine in lane 9. There will be another fight for the top 3 in this race to get the automatic qualification for the A finals as well. You can see a lovely view of the course. You can see where the gap is between the islands where the athletes come through from the warm-up lane into the race course. Coaches cycle along on that path on the island that you can see now and follow the race of their athletes. Looks like there's a bit of a delay with the buckets not being up yet for the athletes to go into. Just waiting. It looks like we're just waiting for one boat to approach the start line, which meant the delay in the start. They'll probably get a warning for that. I'm not 100% sure of that, but that's probable that they'll get a warning for being late to the start. Doesn't mean a disqualification, but it's a warning for them. There we go, everyone's here now, so race is ready to start. This is heat 2 of the junior men's K2000 meters. Away, nice and clean again. No false starts in this race either. Looks like lane 9, the Ukraine crew got out of the buckets the quickest, as well as the German athletes up in lane 1 and the Polish crew in lane 5. At the moment we have the Polish, Turkish and the German crew pretty much in a line, leading out the first 250 meters of this race. So the first checkpoint of this, with Turkey leading, Germany second, Poland third. 750 meters to go still in this race. Looks like the Turkish crew is leading by about half a boat length now ahead of the rest of the field. Approaching the halfway point now, with Turkey still in the lead and extending their lead by over a boat length in front of Poland and Germany. Still a long way to go, but looks like the Turkish athletes have a comfortable lead right now, working very well together, working with each other, not against each other in this K2, which means that their boat can have a nice flow and a nice rhythm, and it makes the teamwork easier for them and makes it easier for them to work together and make the boat go fast, because that's all they want to do. Lane 5 from Poland is in second position for now. Coming up to the last 250 meters, Turkey still in lead, with Poland second, Germany third, really closely followed by the AAMB boat in lane 8. Turkey still holding on to their lead going into the last 150 meters of this race, with Poland still in second in the fight for third between the AAMB boat, the German boat and the Ukrainians down in lane 9. Looks like Germany have picked up the pace now. The Turkish crew is still in the lead and will go safely into the A final, with Germany taking second and Poland third, and that's your top 3 and your A finalists from this race. We're very happy with this race, as they should be. They executed that perfectly, timed it perfectly, didn't get distracted by anyone else around them. So we have the top 3 going into the A final, with 4th to 7th definitely into the semi-final, and then we'll have to wait for confirmation of who got the fastest 8th time between the 2 heats, who will also go into the semi-finals. can see already the junior men's C2 Heat 1 already in the bucket and ready to start. We have Germany in lane 2, AANA in lane 3, Spain in lane 4, Hungary in lane 5, Poland in lane 6, and Moldova in lane 7. Hungary got a flying start from the buckets and are already in the lead by almost a boat length ahead of the rest of the field, with Poland and the German crew following behind in second and third positions. We've already seen one of the Hungarian athletes racing in C1 earlier today, and now he's back in C2, trying to get another A final. Already 250 meters into the race, with Hungary leading, Germany in second, and Poland in third position for now. They'll have 2 heats as well from this race, so top 3 will go into the final, and we'll have 4th to 7th and the 8th best time into the semi-finals. So top 3 is what these athletes will be wanting from this race and will be aiming for. Approaching the halfway point soon, and we have 4 boats who will be fighting out those top 3 positions. Just through the 500-meter point, with Hungary leading, Spain in second, and Poland in third, and Germany closely behind them. The top 3, Hungary, Spain and Poland, have pulled away a bit from the rest of the field. Germany is the only boat in this heat who have 2 athletes paddling on the same side. It's a bit less common in canoe, but it's not impossible, and clearly it's working for them as well, and as it's worked for other athletes from junior, under 23 to senior athletes as well in the past. Going into the last 250 meters now, and we have Poland, Spain and Hungary still in the top 3, with Germany in 4th position. Looks like Poland have slightly taken the lead ahead of Hungary, followed by Spain. But again, top 3 is what these athletes will be going for and will be wanting to get straight into that A final. Looks like Hungary are fighting back and getting that lead over Poland. They'll be wanting that win on their home course. So Hungary take the win, Poland second and Spain in third. Those are your top 3 and your A finalists. And the AIMB and the German boats, as well as Moldova, will go into the semi-finals. Well done and very well raced by these boys to get that top 3, changing positions and keeping to their own race and their own tactics. So that's heat 1 done of the junior men's C2000 meter. We'll have heat 2 coming up shortly in just a few minutes, with another 5 boats in that race. You can see the results of Heat 1 with Hungary, Poland and Spain in top 3 and into the A final, and Germany, AINA and Moldova into the semi-finals. There you can see we have Heat 2 lining up already, getting ready to go into the buckets. They're in the buckets now, and they'll be off soon for the Heat 2 of the Junior Men's T2000 meters.
Ready, set.
Clean start again from these boys, with lane 3 from Portugal having the best start of them all. And already in the lead ahead of the AMB and the French athletes closely behind them. Again, top 3 will be going into the A final, so these boys will be fighting it out to get those top 3 positions between them. Approaching the first 250 meters now, and it looks like lane 7, the AMB crew will be in the lead, with Portugal behind and Ukraine in 3rd position. But they're all within a second and a half from each other, so it's still anyone's game at this point. So we still have lane 7, the AMB athletes still in the lead, followed by the Ukrainian and the Portuguese boats. Not far behind is the Romanian crew. Going through halfway, we have Ukraine leading AMB in 2nd and Portugal in 3rd position, with Romania really closely behind them. Again, we have a crew with 2 athletes paddling on the same side from the Romanian boat. Like I said, it's not impossible and it's not completely unusual, but it's also not that common. Very impressive for them. A little bit more steering is required from a crew like this, but if it works, it works. And clearly it's working for them, because they're about to take over the lead or at least go into second position behind the AAMB crew. The last 250 meters now, and we have the AAMB boat in the lead, followed by Romania and Portugal. But we still have 200 meters to go, and as we could see in previous races, a lot can change in these last meters. So we'll see who gets the top three. I'm sure they all want it. They all want that A final ticket. Looks like the Romanian crew have taken the lead from the AIMB boat in lane 7, and Portugal is going with them as well in lane 3. So Romania in the lead, Portugal will be second, so Romania 1, Portugal will be second, and the AIMB crew is in third. And those are your A finalists and your top 3 boats from this heat. Congratulations to Romania, very well timed race, very well played race tactically, and executed that to perfection when it counted at the end. So those top 3 boats will go into the A final, the rest of the boats will have another chance in the semi-final. Semi-final will be tomorrow morning as well, so they have a day to recover from this and get ready for another big race tomorrow. We have the next race starting in just a few minutes, which will be the Under 23 K2 Men's 1000 meters Heat 1. You can see the athletes now getting out to have their boats weighed officially, and then they'll go off to cool down after their race. There you can see the start list, or the guys lining up for Heat 1 of the men's under 23 K2000 meters. We have lane 2 AIMB, lane 3 Italy, lane 4 Spain, lane 5 Poland, lane 6 Slovakia, lane 7 Portugal, and lane 8 Ukraine. So the race is underway now, all away nice and clean. A great start from the Slovakian crew in lane 6, as well as the Portuguese K2 next to them in lane 7. Top 3 will go straight into the A final again, the same as the race before, with 4th to 7th and the best 8th time into the semi-finals. So these these boys will be fighting it out for the top 3 in this event because they all want the A final ticket and the A final spot. 250 meters into the race, we have Poland leading with AAMB, Slovakia in second and third, closely followed by the Portuguese crew. This is where they settle in now to a nice rhythm and find their 1,000-meter pacing, their 1,000-meter stroke rate. The front paddler will be setting up a nice rhythm, and the person behind's job is to follow that and copy exactly what the person in front is doing and work together. We're approaching the halfway point now, and it looks like the AINB crew is out in front at the moment, with Poland in second and Portugal in third, closely followed by the Slovakian boat. This is where the different tactics will come into play. You can see the Slovakians have picked up the pace slightly and have now overtaken slightly the Portuguese boat and are in third position at the moment. The AAMB crew have pulled away by almost a boat length now, ahead of the Polish and the Slovakians. Coming up to the last 250 meters of this race now. AIMB, Poland and Slovakia in top 3, and Portugal in fourth for now. Last 200 meters approaching now, and this is where the pace will be picked up by the crews. You can see Poland has picked up the pace, picked up the stroke rate, and Slovakia is responding. They're getting closer and closer to the lane 2 crew of the AIMB athletes. But again, it's top 3 that makes it through, so these 3 boats will be safely through into the A final. 30 meters to go now, and the AIMB boat in lane 2 is your winner, followed by Poland, followed by Slovakia. Italy, Ukraine and Portugal will be in the semi-finals. And the Spanish will go into the semi-finals as well. So there's your winners, the AAMB crew of the Action and Filimonau. They'll be in the A final. So that's your top 3, AAMB, Slovakia and Poland. I'm sure they'll be really happy with that. That's what they would have aimed for going into this heat. That's what really mattered, as well as having a good race, which from the outside it looks like they did, but only they'll know and their coaches will know, which I'm sure they'll all go through, analyze and perfect, ready for the A final. There's your confirmation of the results: AAMB, Poland, Slovakia, and then Italy, Ukraine, Portugal and Spain into the semi-finals. We'll have the second heat of this race coming up in just a couple of minutes. You can see boats already lining up waiting for the starters' orders to go into the buckets. We have Turkey in lane 2, Hungary in lane 3, Czechia in lane 4, Germany in lane 5, Denmark lane 6, Serbia in lane 7, and the AINA crew in lane 8. We have the home favourites in lane 3, which I'm sure gives them a slight extra energy and extra bit of power, even if it's in their minds. They might have some family and friends here cheering for them, so I'm sure they'll feel that. Going into the buckets, so they'll start in about a minute's time.
Ready, set.
Good clean start again, with probably lane 3 jumping out the best to start with, but now all in pretty much a line, with lane 3 Hungary and lane 5 being slightly in the lead. That's the Hungarians and the Germans. Same again, top 3 will go into the A final and the rest of the field will go into the semi-finals. So Hungary's leading slightly, going into the first checkpoint of the first 250 meters of this race, followed by Germany and Turkey. So everyone goes into either a semi-final or an A-final from this race. There's 7 boats, so no one being knocked out from this race. Hungary are leading, slightly ahead of the Turkish crew now. Approaching the halfway point. So at the 500 meter mark, the Hungarians are leading, with Turkey in second and Czechia in third, closely followed by Germany and Serbia. Hungary still in the lead, but the Turkish crew is approaching and coming up on them a little bit again. It will be the top 3 that matters and goes into, that matters to them. It's not the win. It's not like earlier when it was only the winner going into the finals. It's the top 3. And the rest will go into the semi-final, where they have another chance to make the A-final. Turkey has taken over the lead now, ahead of Hungary and Germany, closely followed by the Czech crew. It will be another exciting finish, approaching the finish line now, going into the last 200 meters of this race. Turkey is still in the lead, Hungary in second, and Germany in third for now, with the Czech crew really coming up on them. Last 100 meters now of this race. Looks like Turkey is going to take the win, and Germany will take second, the Czechs will take third, and the Hungarians are in fourth, as well as the AINA, Serbian and the Danish crew. So Turkish, Czech and Germans will go into the A final, and the rest of the field we'll have another go in the semi-finals tomorrow. Great racing from the Turkish crew. Once again, they timed that to perfection. Waited until the last 200 meters, 300 meters to take over the lead. And also a very well timed race from the Czech and the German crew to take over the Hungarians right at the end and grab that top 3 finish. That was the last heat of the K2s. We'll have 2 more heats of 1,000-meter racing. There's the confirmation of the results. Turkey, Germany, Czech into the A final, Hungary, ANA, Serbia and Denmark into the semi-finals. Pretty much the same times from the 2 winners of the heat. So that promises a very exciting final for later this weekend. There's your next race, the men's C2 under 23,000 meters heat 1. We've got 2 heats of this race as well, so it will be the same top 3 going into the A final. In this race we'll have Italy in lane 2, Spain in lane 3, Poland in lane 4, Romania in lane 5, Moldova lane 6 and AINA crew in lane 7. Approaching the start line now. When the starters ready, they are go into the buckets. In this heat we've got 2 crews with paddlers paddling on the same side. Just as a fun fact, there you go, you can see the beautiful course here in Szeged. Personally, one of my favourite courses to ever race on, and I had the pleasure to race here quite a few times, so I'm very lucky, and I hope these athletes will enjoy it as much as I always did as well. So there we go, going into the buckets now. As you can see on the flag, there's a fairly strong tailwind now, so that will be helping the athletes for sure.
Ready, set.
And we're off. Clean start by these crews once again, and lane 7 was off to a really quick start. The AINA crew got out the quickest from the field and now are in the lead along with the Italians and the Romanians in this race. We're gonna approach the first 250 meters of this race where we can get a split time and an idea of where everyone is. Pretty much in a line for the top 3 of the AINA, Italy and Romania, only being separated by 0.1 second, followed by Moldova and Poland. Lane 7 has now taken the lead slightly in front of the Romanian and the Italian crews, but we're just approaching the halfway point now, so still a very long way to go for these athletes. And as we could see in the previous races, a lot can change in the second half of these races, especially in this last 200 meters. Going through the halfway point now, and we have the A boat in the lead, followed by Romania and Italy. Poland in 4th and Moldova in 5th, with Spain in 6th position. Top 3 will make it into the A final, and the rest of the field will go into the semi-finals, where they have another chance of getting themselves into that A final. Romania has now pretty much caught up to the AANA boat, and they're the top 2 at the moment, with Italy still in 3rd position and in a final qualifying position. Coming up to the last 250 meters of the race now. Our top 3 is the same as the previous checkpoints, but this is where the race can really change, and we'll see if Italy gets challenged by the Polish crew for that 3rd position. The AANA crew is still leading with less than 200 meters to go now, and Romania in 2nd, closely behind them. About 100 meters to go for these crews, and the AANA crew is still in the lead and in a final qualifying position. They'll take the win in this race. Romania will be 2nd, and Poland have overtaken the Italians to take 3rd position and to qualify for the A final. So AANA, Romania and Poland are your A finalists from this race, and Italy, Spain and Moldova will go into the semi-finals. Once again, another race that demonstrates nothing is decided in 1,000-meter racing at the front end of the race. It's all about the second half and the last 200 meters, where things can change, and things do change. We have one more race of 1,000-meter racing from this morning, which will be the 2nd heat of this C2 under 23 men's 1,000 meters. There you can see the confirmation of the results. ANA, Romania and Poland into the A final, Italy, Spain and Moldova into the semi-finals. There's your start list for Heat 2 of the men's under 23 C2000 meters race. Lane 2 will have AAMB, Lane 3 Germany, Lane 4 Hungary, Lane 5 Ukraine, Lane 6 Czechia and Lane 7 Latvia. Again, we'll have some home favourites, with Molnar also being from Szeged and training here every day, so a very familiar place for him to race on, and I'm sure that he'll have a lot of his family and friends out here cheering for him. Going into the buckets now. Great start from the Hungarians and the Czechs in this heat. We pretty much have 5 boats in a line with only half a boat length separating the 6 boats in this race. Hungary are in the lead for now, with Ukraine closely behind them, followed by the Czech crew. Going into the first checkpoint of the first 250 meters, we have Hungary leading in lane 4. Hungary, AIMB and the Czech are your top 3 at the moment, closely followed by Ukraine and Germany. Again, it's the top 3 that will make it into the A final straight from this heat. The rest of the field will go into the semi-finals. Here's a very good demonstration of different paddling techniques in the canoe, with long strokes demonstrated by the Hungarians and slightly higher stroke rate from the German crew there. So Hungary and AIMB crews are about a boat length ahead of the rest of the field, coming up to the halfway point now. AIMB just ahead of Hungary and Ukraine in 3rd at the halfway point, with the Czech crew really closely behind them now, have overtaken the Ukraine boat. Hungary have now maybe taken the lead, or actually I think I spoke too soon. A and B are still in the lead. Hungary are in 2nd, and the German and the Czech crew are fighting it out for that 3rd position. Coming up to the last 250 meters of this race. Top 3 is what these athletes will want. Last 250 meters now, and we have A and B still leading, with Hungary in 2nd and now Germany in 3rd, closely followed by the Czech boat. Last 200 meters of the race coming up, and this is where it really matters. This is where they have to dig deep. This is where so many of the races get decided. There's a big battle on for 3rd at the moment between the Czech and the German crew, with A and B extending their lead, now leading by over a boat length in front of the Hungarians, going into the last 100 meters of the race. Looks like the Czechs have now overtaken the Germans and are in 3rd position. The AIMB crew will win the race. Hungary in 2nd and the Czech crew in 3rd. Those are your A finalists and your top 3 from this race. Germany 4th, Ukraine and Latvia will go into the semi-final. This was the last heat of the men's C2 under 23,000 meters, and also the last 1,000-meter heat for this morning's session. Or actually today's session, and we'll move on to 500 meters in about 12 minutes time. We'll start with the junior women's C1 500 meter heat at 11:27. And we're back with next race, which is the Women's C1 Junior 500 meters Heat 1. So we're down to the 500 meters now from all the 1,000 meter racings that we've had so far today. In this race, you can see we have lane 2 an A athlete, lane 2 Denmark, lane 3 Denmark, lane 4 Poland, lane 5 Ukraine, lane 6 Spain, and lane 7 Great Britain. Top 3 athletes will go into the A final as there is 2 heats of this race. The rest of the field will go into the semi-finals. And they're off an amazing start from the British athlete in lane 7, as well as the Ukrainian athlete in lane 5, who's already taken out the lead ahead of the rest of the field. The lane 2 and lane 6 also going with her. As you can see, the start is a bit more quicker in these events than the 1,000 meters, as of course it's a shorter event, so the start is slightly more important here than the 1,000 meter races. 200 meters into the race, we have lane 2 and lane 5 in the lead, followed by lane 6 from Spain in 3rd position. Approaching the halfway point now, your top 3 athletes are from the ANA, Ukraine and Spain. Similarly to the 1,000, still a lot can change in the last 200 meters of these races. And as you can see, the ANA athlete Romaniuk has pulled away by about half a boat length ahead of Wozniuk from Ukraine. Gagel from Spain in comfortable 3rd position. Approaching the last 100 meters of the race now. Remember, top 3 go straight into the A final, so these girls will be aiming to get those spots. Romaniuk has extended her lead and looks like she will win this race. So she's the winner of Heat 1. Lane 5 from Ukraine takes 2nd and the Spanish athletes takes 3rd. Poland takes 4th and Great Britain takes 5th. Your top 3 will go straight into the A final and the rest of this field will go into the semi-finals. Well done to ladies. Good job by Romaniuk from the ANA for taking the win and for practicing her own race plan even when she was ahead of the field. We have one more heat of this event coming up shortly. We have 6 boats in Heat 2 of the Junior Women's C1 500 meter heat. Lane 2 will have AAMB, Lane 3 Germany, Lane 4 Italy, Lane 5 Hungary, Lane 6 Portugal, and Lane 7 Romania. You can see the wind has picked up slightly and it's now turned into a slight headwind, which was earlier a bit of a tailwind, is now a headwind, which could be of favour to some athletes. Most athletes prefer a tailwind, but some prefer a headwind. I always liked a headwind because it made the race longer. And that was to my advantage. But anyway, Heat 2, here's the lineup. And they'll go into the buckets shortly. Just waiting for starters' orders to be allowed to go into the buckets. Looks like they're good to go, so into the start buckets they go. And they're off. Clean start and a great start from lane 5 and lane 7 from this heat, as well as lane 2, the AAMB athlete. Again, top 3 will go straight into that A final, and the rest of the field will go into the semi-final. At the moment, lane 2, the AAMB athlete is leading by about half a boat length ahead of the Hungarian in lane 5. Approaching the halfway point now, and Sobal from the AAMB has extended her lead by about 2 boat lengths ahead of the Hungarian athlete now, followed by the Romanian in lane 7 and the Portuguese athlete in lane 6. 200 meters to go now, and Sobal's lead has only extended in front of the Hungarian to about 3 boat lengths now, and she's not holding back. She's practicing her own race plan. She's doing what she wants to do in the final when it comes to it, because she's in a qualifying position to get into that final, as well as the Hungarian and the Portuguese athlete next to her. Into the last 100 meters of the race now, and the AAMB athlete is not holding back. She'll take the win. Sobal won that heat with the Hungarian Amar in second and the Portuguese athlete Sousa in third. They're your A finalists, and the rest of the girls will go into the semi-finals, where they have another chance to make it into the A final. Well done to girls. Amazing job. Very well executed race, sticking to your own plan, own race plan. And we already have the next race in the buckets, which is the Junior Women's K1 500 meter heat 1. Lane 1, we have Croatia, lane 2, Ireland, lane 3, Lithuania, lane 4, Belgium, lane 5, Hungary, lane 6, Denmark, lane 7, Romania, and lane 8, AANA. No one from here goes straight into the final because they have 4 heats, so they all have to go into and do a round of semi-finals before they can qualify for the finals. You have the Hungarian Hofer out in the lead in lane 5, followed by the Danish and the ANA athlete in 2nd and 3rd position. Approaching the halfway mark now, the Hungarian has about half a boat length lead ahead of the ANA athlete. Coming up to the last 200 meters of this race now. Top 6 and the 3 best 7th times will go into the semi-finals, so top 6 is what's needed here to securely make it into the semi-final. But the Hungarian is not holding back. She's practicing her own race plan. Did a little look to the side to check she's okay. She's definitely okay. And she has the Belgian next to her in 2nd position now, and followed by the Danish girl in 3rd. So coming up to the finish line, Hofer from Hungary takes the win, followed by Belgium, followed by Denmark, AANA, and the Croatian and the Irish athlete also make it through. Step 1 done, and then on to the semi-finals for these girls. Again, off to boat weighing. They need to make sure these boats are at least 12 kilos. That's the minimum criteria for the kayaks. We'll wait for the confirmation of the results to see who the top 6 were, and the 7th we'll have to wait for all the heats to be done to see how their times compare if they make it into the semi-final. Couple of minutes until the next heat. There's a confirmation. Hungary, Belgium, Denmark, ANA, Croatia and Ireland safely through, and Romania will have to wait for confirmation from the other heats, and the Lithuanian athlete is out from the heats. The start list for heat 2 of the junior women K1 500 meters. Lane 2 you have Slovenia, lane 3 France, lane 4 Poland, lane 5 Czech, lane 6 Germany, lane 7 Finland and lane 8 Cyprus. Evangelo from Cyprus, only being 14 years old, she'll have a really long career and future ahead of her still in her junior races. girls are ready and waiting to be called into the start buckets. Again, 1 to 6th make it straight into the semi-finals, and 7th will have to wait till the end of all the heats for the best time. Flying start from lane 5, the Czech athlete. But all off well and safely. If you're in the grandstands, you can hear the drums going and you can hear people cheering louder and louder as the day goes on. It's getting busier and busier, which is only going to help these athletes. The Czech athlete Janotova has over a boat length of a lead already ahead of the field. 200 meters into the race. At the halfway point, we have the Czech leading, 2 seconds ahead of the French, Polish, and the German athletes. 200 meters to go now. And we have the Czech athlete only extending her lead now in front of the French and the Polish, as well as the German athletes. Remember, top 6 is what gets you into the semi-finals here, plus the 3 best 7th times. If you're in the top 6, you'll 100% make it into the semi-finals. And they're into the last 50 meters of the race now, with the Czech athlete still leading. She'll take the win. France will take 2nd, Poland 3rd, and Germany 4th. Slovenia takes 5th, and Finland takes 6th. And the athlete from Cyprus, Evangelo, will have to wait for her time if she makes it into the semi-finals. Great racing from the girls, and great to see Janotova demonstrating what she can do and practicing what she wants to do later, I'm sure, in the semi-finals and in the final as well. We'll have to wait for confirmation. There'll be quite a few races where you see people doubling up in either the 2 K1 or C1 events, or K1, K2, C1, C2 events. Same for Janotova, she was already out. She won the 1,000 meter heat in her race and just won this 500 meter heat as well. So you see the confirmation here. Top 6 are confirmed to go into the semi-final, and Evangelo from Cyprus will have to wait to see how her time compares to the other heats if she makes it into the semi-final. So this is your heat 3 for the junior women's K1 500 meters. You have Slovakia in lane 2, Latvia in lane 3, Italy in lane 4, Serbia in lane 5, Great Britain in lane 6, Portugal in lane 7, and Greece in lane 8. Again, another very young athlete in lane 2 from Slovakia, only being 15 years old. Very exciting future ahead of all of them, but she'll have good few years left in at least juniors as well. Approaching the start buckets now. Another double up from Annie Bates from Great Britain after having done the 1,000 already this morning. And safely off with a flying start from the Serbian athlete in lane 5. And we'll see how the rest compare. She's got a bit of a lead ahead of the rest of the field, with lane 8 also having a great start and taking over the leader, at least in line with the leader at the moment, with the Italian and the Serbian, Isabella and Horvat. We've already seen Isabella as well this morning in the thousands. As you can see, it's quite common for these girls to be doubling up in the two distances. They complement each other quite well, so it's no surprise there. Isabella from Italy has now taken over the lead, just slightly ahead of the Serbian athlete going through the halfway point, ahead of the Greek and the Portuguese athlete. Remember, top 6 go straight into the semi-final, and the 7th will have to wait until the heats are done for times. Isabella from Italy is extending her lead now ahead of the Serbian Horvat. Approaching the last 100 meters of this race now, we have Italy in first position, Serbia in 2, Portuguese in 3rd, with the Slovakian in 4th position. I think Italy took the win and has gone for a swim, but after the finish line, so it's fine. Slovakia takes 3rd, I think, and Portugal takes 4th. We'll have to wait for confirmation on those results at the end. She just had a wobble after lunging to the finish line to get that first position, which I think she managed to do. Maybe it's nice for her to cool down as well. It's quite hot out there, especially in the sun, after having done a 500-meter race. We'll wait for the confirmation of that event. So Isabella won, the Italian, Horvat was 2nd, Slovakia 3rd, Portugal 4th, the British athlete 5th, Latvia was 6th, and then the Greek athlete will have to wait for confirmation if she makes it into the semi-final. We have one more heat of the junior women's K1 500 meter races. We have lane 2 from Israel, lane 3 Bulgaria, lane 4 Ukraine, lane 5 Spain, lane 6 Austria, lane 7 Sweden, and lane 8 Estonia. going into the buckets now. All away safely and cleanly. Lane 8 and lane 4 got the best start out of the field, with lane 8 leading now, along with lane 3 from Savova from Bulgaria. Lane 6, Eitzinger from Austria also going with them, as well as Kleinman from lane 2. Approaching the halfway mark now, lane 8 from Estonia is leading the race at the moment. Remember, top 6 is what they need to make it into the semi-finals from this heat. And 7th will have to wait if they get 3 best times to get into the semi-finals. 200 meters to go now, and the Estonian athlete is about half a boat length ahead of the Austrian, who's in 2nd position. Fezun from Ukraine is in 3rd at the moment, but just started her finish in the last 150 meters of this race. So has the Spanish athlete in lane 5. Austrian is catching up to the Estonian athlete down in lane 8. The top 6 is quite clear from this picture. Looks like Austria is going to take the win, followed by Estonia, Spain, Ukraine, and Israel. 6th position will either go to Bulgaria or Sweden. It was actually quite close between them at the end, so we'll have to wait for confirmation for that, and then we'll see who the 3 athletes were as well in 7th position who got the best times and made it through to the semi-finals. Semi-finals will be tomorrow late morning, so these girls have almost a full day to recover from this and get ready for, I'm sure, what will be a tough morning of racing, fighting to get those spots in the finals. Few minutes until the next race, which will be the men's junior K1 500 meter heat. Let's see if we can get confirmation of the results from that heat. There it is. So Bulgaria got 6th, just ahead of Sweden, who also made it into the semi-final. So we have Austria, Estonia, Spain, Israel, Ukraine, Bulgaria and Sweden into the semi-finals. And here's a lineup for the first heat of the junior men's K1 500 meters. Lane 1 from ANA, lane 2 Croatia. In the buckets now. So lane 3 from Kosovo, lane 4 Ukraine, lane 5 Hungary, lane 6 Italy, lane 7 Belgium, and lane 8 Georgia. Off now, clean start from all the athletes, with Hungary out slightly in the lead. Same as before, top 6 will make it into the semi-finals. 3 best 7th times. Hungary, Attila is in the lead at the moment. So approaching the halfway point, the Hungarian Attila is in the lead ahead of the AN8 athlete and the Georgian athlete who's in 3rd position. Coming into the last 200 meters of the race now. And the race is on for top 6 in this race to get into the semi-finals safely. It's a race for the win between the Hungarian and the AN8 athlete. Approaching the last 100 meters of this race now, with the Italian Candela also fighting to reach the front end of this race as well. It'll be lane 1, the AN8 athlete taking the win ahead of Hungary and Italy. Then we'll have Georgia, Ukraine, and Croatia, I think, in top 6. So Nekrasov is the winner of this heat. No automatic qualification into the A final. Top 6 will go into the semi-finals. We'll wait for the confirmation of the results from that heat. For the second heat of the junior men's K1 500 meters, starting in just a few minutes. The reason you can see airplanes here is because the course is next to an airport here in Szeged. Just a fun fact. We have heat 2 lining up now, while we can see the confirmation of the results from heat 1. So ANA, Hungary, Italy, Georgia, Ukraine, and Croatia safely through. Belgium will have to wait. In heat 2, we have 7 athletes. Again, lane 2, Austria, lane 3, Latvia, lane 4, Czech, lane 5, Spain, lane 6, Ireland, lane 7, France, and lane 8, Slovakia. Batali being back after having raced 1,000 this morning, being the 1,000-meter world champion from this year.
Ready, set.
To clean start, everyone got away quite well and quite quickly. And we'll see how they pretty much in a line after about 100 meters of this race, with maybe the French leading slightly. He was the bronze medalist in this event at the World Championships in Canada a few weeks ago, so no surprise that he's going well. Again, top 6 is what they're looking for in this event. That's what will get them into the semi-finals. Le Petit from France has taken a boat length of a lead ahead of Batali from Ireland, and the rest of the field being in a line to match. Less than 200 meters to go now, and the French athlete is still leading ahead of the Irish and the Slovakian. 100 meters to go now, and top 6 is pretty much set, as well as the winner. Although it doesn't get him automatic qualification, it's a really great practice ahead of the rest of the races this weekend. France will take the win ahead of the Irish athlete Batali, and Slovakia, Spain, Czech and Latvia. Austria, the Austrian athlete will have to wait if his time is enough to make it into the semi-finals. So Le Petit won this heat, which I'm sure he'll be happy with. It looked like he demonstrated what he can do quite well. Heat 3 will start in just 3 minutes of the K1 Junior Men 500 meter event. There you can see confirmation of the results from the second heat of the races. French athlete 1, Irish 2nd, Slovakia 3rd, Spain 4th, Czech 5th, Latvia 6th, and they're all through to the semi-finals, and the Austrian athlete will have to wait for confirmation after all the heats are done. So heat 3 coming up in a few minutes. Again, with 7 athletes in this race. We have the reigning world champion in this event from Turkey, Karahan in lane 5. We have Azerbaijan in lane 2, Israel lane 3, Serbia lane 4, Turkey lane 5, Germany lane 6, Finland lane 7, and Cyprus in lane 8. Karahan being the favourite of this heat, being freshly crowned a world champion. But again, top 6 is what these athletes need to make it into the semi-finals, or one of the 7th best times. Just just waiting for the athlete in lane 2 to get into the bucket as well, and then the starter can let them go. And they're off. Good clean start from them. Best start from the German athlete in this, along with the Turkish in lane 5, who's already got a slight lead ahead of the field, which again is no surprise, having won the World Championships a few weeks ago in this event. So I'm sure he wants to prove that he's still the same world champion he was just a few weeks ago back in Canada. Approaching the halfway point now, and Karahan has about a boat length lead ahead of the German and the Finnish athletes. And we'll go into the last 200 meters of this race now. Top 6 is quite clear at the moment, which is what they need to make it into that semi-final. Looks like Karahan is demonstrating what he can do, showing what he's made of, practicing his race plan, getting ready for some tough races in the next few days in the semi-finals and hopefully the finals for him. So coming up to the finish line now, we'll have Turkish athlete take the win ahead of Germany, Serbia, Cyprus, Finland and Israel. They're your top 6. They are definitely into the semi-finals. That's your winner right there, winner of this heat. And we have one more heat from this event, from the junior men's K1 500 meters. The last heat coming up in just a few minutes' time. There's confirmation of the Heat 3 results. And we've got Heat 4 lining up. We've got Greece in lane 2, Great Britain lane 3, Poland lane 4, Estonia lane 5, Denmark lane 6, Slovenia lane 7 and Sweden in lane 8. This will be the last heat of these K1 Junior men heats. Just approaching the start buckets. Looks like we have a bit of a tailwind again. I think it's going to be a day of changing wind by the looks of things. So hard to compare times, but that's just for the athletes themselves, so luckily results aren't affected so much. Ready to start now. And all the way cleanly with the fastest start from lane 5 or lane 6 in the middle of the field. Lane 2 got a bit stuck in the bucket, but he's back up and fighting for his spot in the semi-finals. Again, it will be top 6 that make it straight into the semi-finals with 3 of the best 7th times. Hopefully the wind doesn't change between heats of one category, so at least for qualification purposes the times can't be that badly affected by the wind if it's tail or headwind. Just approaching the halfway point now, and we have lane 5 from Estonia in the lead, followed by Denmark and Poland. British athletes sitting in 4th position at the moment. But top 6 is what they need and what they'll be looking for. Into the last 150 meters of the race now, and lane 5 is leading with the Danish athlete in 2nd position, followed by Poland and Great Britain. British athlete Hatton is now catching up the Polish to take 2nd or 3rd position, has already overtaken the Danish athlete. So I think it'll be Estonia, Great Britain, Poland, Denmark, Slovenia and Greece, followed by the Swedish athlete who will have to wait for his time if it's enough to make it into the semi-finals. So Orlov from Estonia took the win, and Hatton from Great Britain got 2nd in this heat. A good opportunity for them to get the race nerves out, get the first one done, practice their race plan, figure out what they want to change for the upcoming races, what they want to keep, and of course to qualify into the next round. That's what heats are for. So that's the K1 men junior 500 meter heats done, and we'll move back over to canoes with the under 23 women's 500 meter heats coming up in just a couple of minutes. There's the confirmation of results. So Estonia, Great Britain, Poland, Denmark, Slovenia and Greece are safely through to the semi-final, and Sweden has also been confirmed to make it into the semi-finals with one of the best 7th times. So here's your lineup for the women's C1 under 23 500 meter heat 1. Lane 1 is Latvia, lane 2 Denmark, lane 3 Poland, lane 4 Moldova, lane 5 Italy, lane 6 Czech Republic, lane 7 France and lane 8 ANA. There's 2 heats of this event, which means top 3 from this heat will go straight into the A final. 4th to 7th will go into the semi-final, as well as the best 8th time. So top 3 is what these girls will be fighting for in this heat. So I'm sure this will be a very exciting race to the end Now it looks like the wind is slightly coming from the right hand side, which can affect the canoes slightly if the wind is coming from not the side they're paddling on. It makes steering a bit harder for them. So righties have a bit of an advantage here. And they're off now. All the way cleanly. Lane 1 struggling a bit to get out of the bucket, but I'm sure she'll get back up and running and fight for those spots in the final and the semi-final along with the rest of the girls. Lane 5 and lane 7 are in the lead at the moment. The Italian and the French athletes, with potentially the French now taking a slight lead ahead of the Italian. Lane 8, the AANA athlete is currently in 3rd position, closely followed by the Moldovan, who's in 4th at the moment in lane 4. We'll come up to the halfway point now, and we can see the split times when they pass the checkpoint. So you have France leading Italy 2nd, AANA in 3rd, and really closely behind a Moldovan athlete. So 200 meters to go now. This is where tactics will come into play in this 500 meters, similarly to the 1000 earlier today. You can see the Italian has picked up the speed and is taken over the French athlete, and the AANA athlete from lane 8 is now comfortably in 3rd position ahead of the Moldovan, who is in 4th at the moment. Just remember, top 3 gets them a ticket into the A final, so that's what they're fighting for. Looks like Italy will take the win ahead of the French and the ANA athlete. Moldova came in 4th, so she'll have to go into the semi-finals along with the Danish, the Czech and the Polish athletes. So Voltan from Italy took the win. She's safely into the A final of this event, which won't be until Sunday morning, so she has a few days to recover from this. There you can see heat 2 of this event is already getting ready to go into the start buckets. There's confirmation of the results. Italy, France and ANA safely into the semi-final. Moldova, Denmark, Czech and Poland are into the semi-final, and the Latvian athlete will have to wait for confirmation after the second heat. This is the start list for heat 2. Lane 2 there's Georgia, lane 3 Ukraine, lane 4 Azerbaijan, lane 5 Hungary, lane 6 Spain, lane 7 Slovakia and lane 8 AINB. So there's 7 athletes in this heat. Top 3 go through straight into the A final, and then everyone will progress into the semi-finals, meaning the Latvian athlete from the previous race will also make it into the semi-final. All in the buckets and ready to go now. Safely away with the Spanish athlete having the best start from the field along with the A and B athlete. Spanish Gomez has the lead at the moment, slightly ahead of Győre from Hungary. Approaching the first 100 meters of this race now. Top three currently are Hungary, Spain and A and B athletes, but a lot can change. It's still a long race and the second half can change a lot of the outcome. Approaching the halfway point now, the Hungarian has taken the lead by over half a boat length now, ahead of the AAMB athlete in lane 8 and the Azerbaijan athlete in lane 4. The Spanish Gomez is in 4th position at the moment, but not far behind 3rd, and remember, top 3 is what they want to achieve to get straight into that A final. Hungarian is still in the lead by about a boat length going into the last 100 meters of the race, with the AAMB athlete in 2nd and Azerbaijan in 3rd at the moment. Spain is in 4th. This will most likely be your top 3 going into the A final. So the Hungarian took the win. Azerbaijan 2nd and AIMB in 3rd. Those are your top 3 going into the A final. There's your winner, Győre from Hungary. We'll wait for the confirmation, but top 3 were clear. Everyone else goes straight into the semi-final. You can see the next race already lining up, which will be the junior men's C1 500 meter heat 1. This is your confirmation of the under 23 women's C1 500 meter heat 2. So Hungary, Azerbaijan, AIMB safely into the A final, with Georgia, Ukraine, Spain and Slovakia into the semi-final. So next race on course will be the junior men's C1 500 meter heat 1. It's 3 heats, so the winner will go straight into the A final. We have Georgia in lane 2, Portugal in lane 3, Slovakia in lane 4, Hungary in lane 5, Bulgaria in lane 6, Germany in lane 7 and AANA in lane 8. You have the Hungarian, who won silver medal at the World Championships recently, so he will be a favourite in this event to take the win and go straight into the A final.
Ready, set.
Hungarian got a flying start along with the AANA athlete in lane 8. So the Hungarian Barna has already taken almost a boat length lead going into the first 100 meters of this race. Remember, it's only the winner here that goes straight into the A final, so they'll be fighting it out for that, and second to seventh will go into the semi-finals. So the rest of the athletes from this race will go into the semi-finals. Approaching the halfway mark now, the Hungarian Barna is still leading by about 2 boat lengths ahead of the ANA and the Slovakian athletes. Going into the last 200 meters now. Hungarian is still comfortably leading ahead of lane 8. He'll most likely take the win from this race going into the last 100 meters. To perfect his race plan, he'll do exactly what he wants to do later in the final. So the Hungarian takes the win and gets the A final spot. AANA athlete will take second and go into the semi-finals along with the Portuguese, the Slovakian, the Georgian, the Bulgarian and the German athletes. So Barna is your winner and your A finalist from this heat. So we have 2 more heats of this event, of the men's junior C1 500 meter event. We have the second heat starting in just a few minutes. So we have heat 2 coming up of the men's junior C1 500 meters. We have 6 boats lining up in this heat. Lane 2 Cyprus, lane 3 AMB, lane 4 Moldova, lane 5 Romania, lane 6 Italy, lane 7 Estonia. all into the buckets now and waiting for the start. All away cleanly with lane 4 from Moldova getting the best start from the field. Again, the winner will go straight into the A final with the rest of the field going into the semi-finals. Currently, the AIMB athlete in lane 3 has got the lead, slightly ahead of the Moldovan athlete next to him in lane 4. Approaching the halfway point now. It's still Krasui in the lead, ahead of the Moldovan athlete in lane 4. So you have AMB, Moldova and Romania as your top 3 going through the halfway point. 200 meters to go now, and lane 3 is just extending his lead ahead of the Moldovan athlete in lane 4. They both want the win, they both want to go straight into that A final, but it looks like lane 3, Karusi, has the lead even more extended now ahead of the Moldovan athlete next to him. About 50 meters to go now, and I don't think that win can be taken away from him. So Karusi will take the win and the ticket to the A final, and the Moldovan will get second, Romania third, Italy fourth, Estonia fifth, and Cyprus sixth. So Karusi will go straight into the A final, and the rest will go into the semi-finals. So we have one more heat from the junior men's C1 500 meters, starting in a few minutes' time. So there you can see the athletes are already getting ready to line up for this third and last heat of the C1 Junior Men 500 meters. This will be the last junior race as well for this morning session. There you can see the confirmation of heat 2. So Karusi took the win and progressed into the A final, and the rest of the field are into the semi-finals. There's your third heat, lane 2, France, lane 3, Spain, lane 4, Czech Republic, lane 5, Ukraine, lane 6, Poland, lane 7, Azerbaijan. Everyone from here will progress into at least a semi-final, and the winner will go straight into the final. We have the bronze medalist from Czech Republic, from the World Championships in this heat, so he's the favourite on paper to win this heat and go into the A final. And they're off, and the Czech athlete Procházka Prochaska got a flying start and is already leading by almost a boat length ahead of the field, not even 100 meters into the race. You can see how he changed his rhythm from high stroke rate from the start into a nice, more lengthened out strokes, now into 500 meter race pace. So Czech athlete is leading. Ukraine next to him is in a second position, and the Polish athlete next to him in lane 6 is in third at the moment. Going through the halfway point, it's Czech, Ukraine, Polish, and Spanish. Now it's 200 meters to go, and this is where the race really begins. This is where things can change. They all want it. They all want a ticket for the A final. They want to go straight into that. They want the relief of knowing they have the A final booked. But he's not giving it up easily. Prochaska also wants it, and he knows he can have it. And so does Budnik from Ukraine. About 50 meters to go now, and it looks like the win can't be taken away from the Czech athlete. So Prochaska will take the win and go straight into the A final, Budnik second, and into the semi-final, as well as the rest of the field into the semi-finals. The semi-finals not until Saturday afternoon, so these guys will have plenty of time to recover. So 3 of the guys from these heats have booked their spots in the A final, and the rest will be decided in the semi-finals on Saturday. The next race will be the women's under 23 K1 500 meter heat 1. We have 3 heats, so the winner from each heat will go straight into the final, with 2nd to 7th into the semi-finals. A very exciting lineup already in heat 1, with Foyt from Hungary being a double Olympic bronze medalist, lining up in lane 5, as well as having won the silver medal in this event a few weeks ago in Canada at the World Championships. So she's probably the favourite in this heat to take the win and get that ticket for the A final. But I'm sure the other girls won't give it easy to her. So you can see the confirmation of the result of the previous heat, with the Czech athlete going into the A final and the rest of the field going into the semi-finals. So the girls for the heat 1 of the under 23 women's K1 are lining up. Lane 2 we have Serbia, lane 3 Ukraine, lane 4 Spain, lane 5 Hungary, lane 6 Estonia, lane 7 Lithuania, lane 8 Slovenia. Lane 3 and lane 5 got the best of the start. The Ukrainian and the Hungarian athletes. And as I said, that's to be expected from the Hungarian. Going into the first 100 meters of the race, the Ukrainian has a slight lead ahead of Foyt from Hungary. Remember, only the winner goes into the A final straight from this heat. The rest will have to go to the semi-final. Looks like the Hungarian has a slight lead ahead of the Ukrainian athlete now. She's got the lead at the halfway point now, ahead of Ukraine and Serbia. Going into the last 200 meters of the races as well, this will be decided. Who can hold on? Who can get that extra little gear and push to the end and win this race and go straight into the A final. The Hungarian will have the crowd and her family behind her here on the course. Into the last 100 meters of the race now. Foyt from Hungary is leading. With the Estonian athlete right next to her in second position. So Foyt will take the win. She'll go into the A final. Estonia second, Serbian third, Ukraine fourth, and Spanish fifth. Slovenian sixth. So Foyt will go into the final straight from this heat. Which will be on Sunday morning. So she has a few days to recover from this heat. Again, going to boat weighing to get the boats checked. They're up to weight, at least 12 kilos for the kayaks. Here you can see the main lake where the race is happening, and on the other side of the island, the warm-up lane where athletes use the space to warm up before the race without disturbing the water for those who are racing. So we have two more heats from the under 23 women's K1 500 meter event, with heat 2 coming up in just a minute. You can see the start line. We have Turkey in lane 2, AIMB in lane 3, Czechia in lane 4, Slovakia in lane 5, Poland lane 6, and AINA in lane 7. Into the buckets and are ready to start now. Babashinskaya from AINA off to a great start in lane 7. She's got a lot of experience having raced in the senior level as well over the past few years, so she'll know what to do. She would have done this a lot of times before at different venues, different competitions. We have the Czech athlete in lane 4 in second position at the moment. And again, only the winner will go straight into the A final. The rest will have to go through semi-finals to get a spot in a final. Babashinskaya is leading at the halfway mark, with the Czech athlete in second behind her and the AIMB athlete in third. Into the last 200 meters of the race now, and Babashinskaya has only pulled away from the field and extended her lead. She wants to secure that spot, get that A final ticket, get that one ticked off. Only 100 meters to go now. AINA athlete Babashinskaya is still in the lead, with the Czech athlete in second, followed by the AINB athlete and the Polish in lane 6. Babashinskaya from AINA takes the win. She gets the ticket for the A final. She's qualified now, and the rest of the girls will go into the semi-finals. Very well executed race, very well planned, stuck to her own rhythm, her own plan, and did what she needed to do and got the win. There's confirmation of the results from Heat 2 of the women's K1 500 meters. ANA in first and qualified for the A final, Czechoslovakia, Poland, AIMB and Turkey going into the semi-finals. And there we have the lineup for the final heat of the under 23 women K1 500 meter races. We have 6 athletes. We have Portugal in lane 2, Latvia in lane 3, Great Britain in lane 4, Italy in lane 5, Sweden in lane 6, and Switzerland in lane 7. Amy Green, a fresh medalist from the 200 meter from the World Championships in Canada, so I'm sure she'll be super motivated on the back of that to be racing here also in the 500 meters. The start bucket's now ready to start. Expect a fast start from Amy Green, being a 200 meter medalist. All the way nice and cleanly from that start. as I said. Amy Green off to a flying start in lane 4. She's got the lead at the moment ahead of the Italian next to her in lane 5. 200 metres into the race now, and Amy Green from Great Britain still has the lead over the Italian and the Portuguese athletes. Approaching the halfway point now, and we'll see Great Britain still has the lead along with the Italian, just ahead of the Portuguese athlete. And we're on to the last 200 metres of this race. This is where it will be decided who takes that win and who gets that A final spot from these girls. Looks like Italy had another gear to step into. She's now got the lead ahead of the Portuguese athlete from lane 2 and Amy Green in lane 4. La Calamita from Italy still has the lead. About 30 metres to go now, and she'll take the win and she'll take the A final spot ahead of Portugal and Great Britain. Latvia, Sweden and Switzerland will go into the semi-final along with the Portuguese and the British athletes. Again, you can see very different tactics along this race from the girls. And just showing the different ways that this 500 meter can be raced as well. So we have 3 finalists already from this event confirmed: Hungarian, AINA and Italy. Definitely into the finals already, and the rest will have to fight it out in the semi-finals. You can see the confirmation here. La Calamita took the win. Portugal second, Great Britain, Latvia, Sweden and Switzerland. Moving on to the K1 under 23 men 500 meter events. This will be heat 1. Again, we have 3 heats from this event, so the winner of each heat will go into the A final, and the rest, 2nd to 7th, will go into the semi-finals. You can see the athletes lining up now, getting ready to go into the buckets when they're under starters orders. Lane 1 will have Sweden, lane 2 Slovenia, lane 3 Cyprus, lane 4 Serbia, lane 5 Hungary, lane 6 Germany, lane 7 Netherlands and lane 8 AINA. Kolek from Hungary being the world champion in the 1000 from a few weeks ago, and changing up, racing in the 500 meters here in front of the home crowds. So he's a favourite to get the win here and qualify into that A final. And we're off. Lane 8 had the best start out of the field, but they all got away cleanly and well. Lane 8 from the AINA is now in the lead ahead of the German and the Hungarian athletes. Kolek in lane 5 from Hungary is now taking over the lead from the AINA athlete in lane 8. At the halfway mark, we have the Hungarian leading, AINA in second, Serbia in third, closely followed by the German athlete. Go into the last 200 meters of this race, and this is where it will be decided who gets that ticket into the A final straight from this heat. The rest of the athletes will have to go into the semi-final to get the spots in the finals. Last 100 meters now, and the Hungarian Kolek is still in the lead. He's extending his lead now over the AINA athlete in lane 8. He takes the win, Hungarian winner and a finalist, AINA second, Serbia third, and Germany fourth, with Slovenia in fifth. So we have one A finalist already in this category from Hungary. A very well timed and executed race shown by him. And it's clear that he can race both events, the 1000 and the 500. Hopefully we'll get confirmation of the results soon before Heat 2 starts in just a couple of minutes time. There's the confirmation. Hungary takes the win and the A final spot with AINA in second, Serbia third, Germany fourth, Slovenia fifth, Cyprus sixth and Sweden seventh. They're second to seventh into the semi-final. There's the start list for Heat 2. Lane 1 we have Lithuania, Lane 2 Bulgaria, Lane 3 Great Britain, Lane 4 Italy, Lane 5 Poland, Lane 6 Turkey, Lane 7 Latvia and Lane 8 Switzerland. They're just lining up now, waiting for the starters' orders to go into the buckets and start the race. Lane 8 was off to a flying start in that race, the Swiss athlete. Bulgarian athlete got a bit stuck in the bucket there, but is up and running now. Lane 4, the Italian, has the lead currently ahead of the rest of the field, who are pretty much all in line at the moment. Approaching the first 200 meters now, and Italy has about half a boat length of a lead ahead of the rest of the field. So at the halfway mark, we have Italy, Poland, Latvia, Turkey, and Great Britain as your top 5. Again, only the winner goes into the A final straight from this race. 2nd to 7th will go into the semi-finals. About 150 meters to go now. Italy is still in the lead, being chased by the Polish athlete next to him in lane 5. About 50 meters to go now, and Italy is still in the lead. This will come down right to the line, and I don't think I could call that if it's Italy or Turkey taking the win and spot into the A final. We'll have to wait for confirmation from that. But it looks like it could be the Turkish athlete who just got ahead of the Italian right on the line. I think he doesn't know yet either. We have one more heat from this category, starting in 2 minutes. Hopefully we get a confirmation of the previous heat before it starts. So the athletes for heat 3, final heat of this event, are getting ready to line up. In lane 2 we have Estonia, lane 3 Czech Republic, lane 4 AIMB, lane 5 Spain, lane 6 Denmark, lane 7 France, and lane 8 Portugal. And they're off. Lane 6 and lane 8 got off to the best start, the Danish and the Portuguese athlete. We've seen the Danish Jorgensen already this morning in the thousands. So let's see what he can do in the shorter distance now as well. The Spanish athlete has the lead at the moment in lane 5, ahead, about half a boat length ahead of the rest of the field. Approaching the first 200 meters of the race. We have Spain in the lead, but we still have over halfway to go. At the halfway point, we have Spain in the lead, followed by AIMB, Denmark, Czech Republic, and France. In the last 200 meters, the AIMB athlete is really trying to take the win from the Spanish in these last meters and get that A final spot. Looks like he's got the lead now over the Spanish going into the last 100 meters of the race. Klimovic has the lead by over a boat length now ahead of the Spanish athlete. So it looks like he'll get the win in this heat. He'll get the automatic qualification for the A final. So AIMB won, Czech Republic, Spain, Denmark in second, third and fourth, and France and Portugal also into the semi-final along with the Estonian up in lane 2. It's a clear winner in this race, unlike the previous heat, which we're still waiting for the results for. Probably had to go down to a photo finish, so we'll need to wait a little bit longer to get confirmation. But this race was a clear winner from Klimovic. He's got his ticket for the A final ready. That was the last of the heats of the men's K1 under 23, and we're now moving on to the C1 under 23 men 500 meter heats. Again, we'll have 3 heats from this event, meaning the winner from each heat will go into the A final automatically. 2nd to 7th will go into the semi-final. First one is starting in just a couple of minutes now. You can see the athletes already getting ready to go and line up in the buckets. The wind has picked up quite a lot compared to the morning. You can see there's a little bit of waves, not too distracting at the moment, and this will just make the race faster and more fast-paced for these athletes in this wind. And at the moment it looks like it's fairly straight, so no advantages or disadvantages to each side, especially in a canoe. But if it gets any stronger, it could be a bit tricky with the waves also getting bigger with the tailwind. Lane 2 we have AINA, lane 3 Moldova, lane 4 Italy, lane 5 Czech Republic, lane 6 Slovakia, lane 7 France, and lane 8 Portugal. Off to a great start, everyone out clearly. Lane 5, Rudolf from Czech Republic out first, and he had the lead. It's now Moldovan athlete in lane 3 who has the lead ahead of him. Rudolf from the Czech Republic being the current world champion from Canada from a few weeks ago. So he's a favourite to win this heat, but at the moment it's lane 3 and lane 2 from Moldova and AANA who are in the lead and fighting it out for the win and the A final spot. Approaching the halfway point now. It's the Moldovan athlete in lane 3, followed by AANA and the Czech athlete. Onto the last 200 meters of the race, and it will be decided between these two athletes for the win and for the A final spot in this race. It looks like the AINA athlete has got a slight advantage and a slight lead over the Moldovan athlete in lane 3, but we still have over 100 meters to go. Anything can happen, as we've seen in the previous races. We have about 50 meters to go, and the lead is still with lane 2, the ANA athlete, and he's only extended that lead to a boat length over the Moldovan, so he'll take the win. The Moldovan athlete will second, Italy third, and Czech fourth, Slovakia fifth, and the Portuguese athlete sixth, with French coming in seventh. So Arsenov from the ANA goes straight into the A final, and the rest of the field go into the semi-finals. You can see confirmation of Heat 1 of the C1 under 23 men's. ANA athlete qualified straight into the final A, and the rest of the field out into the semi-finals. There you can see the start list for Heat 2 of the C1 under 23 men at 500 meter heats. Lane 2 we have Spain, lane 3 AAMB, lane 4 Poland, lane 5 Georgia, lane 6 Germany, and lane 7 Romania. As there are only 6 athletes in this race, everyone will progress through. The winner will go straight into the A final, and the rest of the field will go into the semi-final. There you can see the athletes going into the start buckets, getting ready to start in just a few moments. You can see the wind has really picked up now, and they're off. Nice and clean start from everyone. Lane 7 off to the quickest start from this field. At the moment, you can see it's lane 4 with the lead, slightly ahead of the AAMB athlete in lane 3 next to him. As I finished saying that, AIMB athlete has taken over the lead in lane 3 from the Polish, and he's got about half a boat length advantage on the rest of the field. At the halfway point, the AIMB athlete is leading by about a second ahead of the Polish and the German athletes. He's now extended that going into the last 200 meters of the race to about 2 boat lengths ahead of the others. He clearly wants the win, and he wants that 8th final spot. Into the last 100 meters of the race now, and lane 3 from AIMB still got the lead. He'll take the win along with the final A spot. So AIMB winner, Poland 2nd, Georgia 3rd, Spain 4th, Germany 5th. And Romania will also progress through into the semi-final along with the rest of the field. You can see the waves now on the course. It's going to get quite tricky now for the athletes, especially when the lactic hits at the end of a race in the last 100 meters to hold the stability in a boat. We have one more race in this morning's program, the last race. This, you can see the confirmation of the previous heat. The winner from the AIMB taking the final A spot, and the rest of the field going into the semi-finals. And we have one more heat from this third heat of the C1 under 23 men 500 meters. So we have lane 2 from Lithuania, lane 3 from Denmark, lane 4 from Hungary, lane 5 from Ukraine, lane 6 from Turkey, and lane 7 from Bulgaria. Of course, we've already seen the Hungarian race earlier this morning in the 1000. He's back in the 500 meters as well. Athletes are just getting ready to go into the start buckets now, waiting for the starters' orders, and then they'll be off. Good start from all the athletes in this field in the last heat of the C1 under 23 men 500 meter heats. We got the Hungarian leading it out at the moment in lane 4, along with the Bulgarian in lane 7. It's just gone past 100 meters and approaching the halfway point. Again, the winner will go into the final, so that's what these athletes will be aiming for. That's what they want to achieve, and that's what they want to get. The rest of the field will just go into the semi-final, where they have the chance to go into the final. At the halfway point, Bulgaria is leading ahead of Hungary, Turkey, Lithuania and Denmark. Going through the last 200 meters, it looks like the Hungarian has picked up the speed and has taken over the lead from the Bulgarian athlete. About 150 meters to go, and it will come down to the last few meters of who will get that win and who will get that A final spot. 100 meters to go now, and it looks like the Hungarian has a slight lead over the Bulgarian, but it's not decided until the last meters of this race. About 20 meters to go now, and the Hungarian is going to take the win and get the A final spot ahead of Bulgaria, Denmark, Turkey and Lithuania, and the rest of the field who will progress into the semi-final. What a great race, a perfectly timed race for the Hungarian, and that's his second A final booked for this weekend. So we have 3 finalists from the 3 heats that have just happened. We have an athlete from ANA, AMB and Hungary in the finals for the C1. That's the morning session done, and we'll be back in about an hour and a half at 3 o'clock for some more heats in 500s, in K2s, K4s even, C2s, and some K1 junior women semi-finals, some under 23 men's semi-finals. Sorry, that's tomorrow. I'm looking at the wrong day. So just heats today in K2s, C2s and K4s. So we'll see you in a few hours for the K2 Junior Men 500 meter heat 1.